Poor guy.
So we'll request everyone to come little closer so the speaker can see you. Hare Krishna
Hare
Prabhu.
Krishna Prabhu. Hare Krishna Prabhu.
Can we wait a minute or two?
Yes, Prabhu.
Thank you. Am I supposed to be speaking already, or am I delaying you? In other words,
It is okay, Prabhu. We are waiting, so that is fine, Prabhu.
all right. It'll take me another like 60 seconds. That's all.
Okay, no worries, Prabhu. Meanwhile, should I
Okay.
do introduction, Prabhu?
I'm ready. Yeah.
Okay, Prabhu. Yeah. So we have devotees sitting here in temple. Okay. So we are also projected in TV to see you on TV. Okay. We would like to welcome His Grace Guru Gauranga Prabhu, from Gainesville, and he has spent a lot of time with Guru Maharaj. Especially, I was fortunate to be with him when Guru Maharaj was there, especially in case of Brooklyn Temple, where Guru Maharaj praised and thanked Guru Gauranga Prabhu for his unmatched contribution. He personally as well as publicly acknowledged Guru Gauranga Prabhu's amazing brilliance as well as his work ethics. So with help of him, Guru Maharaj was able to take out the Brooklyn Temple. So that was amazing memories, and Guru Maharaj had a lot of time spent with Guru Gauranga Prabhu. So Guru Gauranga Prabhu, thank you so much for coming and agreeing to share your times with Guru Maharaj for his glorification. Thank you very much. Yes. So are you able to hear us, Prabhu?
Yes. Shall I begin?
Yes, Prabhu, please.
Okay. Panchakalpatarubhyascha kripasindhubhyevacha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. Nam Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swaminiti Namine Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vasari Gaur Bhaktivinoda Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Well, I simultaneously look forward to this date and dread its coming every year, because it is the very definition of bittersweet. It's hard to believe that it's been 3 years and life goes on, but it doesn't go on unchanged, because the memory of Bhakti True Swami Maharaj is very, very sweet. And he has impacted our lives, not just of disciples, but in many ways, the God brothers had more association with him over the years. And so he was a dear friend, a dear brother, but above all, he was a very, very special son of Srila Prabhupada. Prabhupada recognized him the moment he saw him as someone special, this young, idealistic, educated Bengali boy. And Prabhupada put a lot of
Recording in progress.
Prabhupada put a lot of his hopes into Bhakti True Swami. Kishore Kumar, I believe, was his name, his birth name. And this was one disciple that did not disappoint. This was a disciple who, as they sometimes say in the material world, exceeded expectations. One verse that's very dear to me from Ishopanishad that I've thought a lot about over the years is the 17th mantra, the penultimate mantra. Vayur anilam amritam ate dam bhasmastam shariram om krato smara kritam smara krato smara kritam smara. Let this temporary body be burnt to ashes, and let the air of life be merged with the totality of air. Now, O my Lord, please remember all my sacrifices. And because you are the ultimate beneficiary, please remember all that I have done for you. First time I read that verse, it mystified me. And for many years, its meaning continued to elude me. Why would the devotee pray to the Lord, please remember me for all I have done for you? What is the rationale behind that? Because we know Krishna never forgets anything that we do for him. And I think this verse really, really expresses the mood in which Bhakti True Swami served Prabhupada and Krishna. Because the wording of this verse is about a devotee who is humble and doesn't really feel that he's done much of anything for the Lord in seva. Almost, in a sense, feels insecure, just like Tirobhav memorial celebration to remember. Just like Krishna remembers, we are purified when we remember such a devotee as Bhakti True Swami. He was one of the most gentle devotees. Everyone who knew him saw that. Caring, personal, attentive, not only to disciples, but to God brothers, especially God brothers in distress or in some type of need. He had this magical, mystical ability that even if he only had 5 minutes in his busy schedule and was kind of really just squeezing you in, you never felt squeezed in. Because in the 5 minutes that he gave you, he was actually with you fully with you. That's not an easy thing, to be fully involved with another person's life and problems and cares and aspirations. And he had that magical quality, not because he cultivated some talent or he was a good actor, but because he really did care. I remember the first time my wife met Bhakti True Swami. It was in Lake Mary, Florida. We were visiting. I can't remember if it was a hurricane or something, but we were visiting. And my wife is not a devotee. She's a great admirer of devotees. She is a lover of prasadam, and she respects the devotees, and above all, Prabhupada. But she was raised Christian, and her affinity is more to Jesus Christ. But she sees and recognizes the bhakti in the devotees, and to some extent even in her husband. But she was a little uncomfortable about like being in a devotee house with all devotees, and she was the only one who felt I'm really not a devotee. And Bhakti True Swami came over and said, "Oh, I've heard so much about you from Guru Gauranga. I'm so pleased to meet you. How are you?" And he took her at whatever level she was at and related to her as a human being at that level. For me, he had learned that my wife is a trauma ICU nurse in the hospital. Trauma means mostly car accidents, motorcycle accidents, and failed suicide attempts where people put a rifle or a pistol underneath their neck and shoot and still don't kill themselves. She sees the misery of human existence every single day at work. And it's a misery of a proportion that we rarely can imagine, even as devotees. And they talked about that. They talked about her job and why she does it and what she does. And he spoke with her in the most natural, personal way, with no drop of being judgmental. We devotees sometimes tend to be a little judgmental, to put it mildly. And she, even though she had just that brief contact with him, has never forgotten him. Whenever she thinks something about, the devotees, she likes to remember him as the best of the devotees. And so do I, although I hope that I can consider myself a devotee, even though I'm a very poor excuse for a devotee. I met Bhakti True Swami in the 70s in Switzerland, when according to the rules of the GBC man of my zone, it was not permitted to invite other sannyasis to our zone without his permission. So I'd invited Bhakti True Swami to visit Zurich Temple. It must have been 76, something like that. Maybe it was 77 or 78. I can't remember. Can't remember if it was before Prabhupada passed or not. And he found out that I had invited Bhakti True Swami and that he had come. And he was upset with me that I didn't check with him. But at the end, he said, well, but at least you picked Bhakti True Swami to invite, so no problem, but don't do it again. And Bhakti True Swami had that ability to have deeply held beliefs in service to Prabhupada and never make enemies out of anyone. It's just remarkable, really. even if he didn't agree with you, it was very clear that he wanted to cooperate, he wanted to respect, and he wanted to love all of Prabhupada's servants. And then later, in the incident that was just described in the introduction, Bhakti True Swami entered my life again in a very abrupt and meaningful way. I had decided that I would go to law school. I was a GBC member, a full voting member from 1986 to 1982. But I thought I could serve Prabhupada by going to law school and becoming a devotee who practices law. Not a lawyer, a devotee who practices law. And one day, feeling a bit forgotten, out of sight, out of mind, often is the case, I got a phone call. And of course, I had an ongoing relationship with Maharaj as a friend, but suddenly he was on the phone with Shesha Prabhu and Pragosh Prabhu as the executive committee. The executive committee was calling me. And that was pretty unusual. That got my attention. And he called to say, Prabhu, we're having a bit of a problem in New York. It appears that the local GBC member and the temple president, acting in concert, have sold the temple. I'm just listening. I find it all too amazing, too unexpected, and too surprising. Can you help us? Can you help us stop the sale of the temple? So I was thinking, how am I supposed to do that? I mean, how am I? I mean, I'm just a devotee who practices law, and that's not in my field. I'm not a litigator. And the law in question was pretty much the religious corporations law of New York State, which I really had no familiarity with it. But they were asking, and the main asking person was Bhakti True Swami. So I thought he must be asking for not only a good reason for the movement, but to benefit me in some way with a seva. And I thought that if I say no, then I will be rejecting service. And if I say yes, I may be committing suicide reputationally, because if for some reason the temple stays sold, then my name will be immortalized as that failed devotee lawyer who couldn't stop the sale of the temple. But I had to say yes, because Bhakti True Swami asked me, and I believed that what he was asking me, I need to say yes. And I realized also that Prabhupada was speaking through him, because this was so unusual. And so I had another adventure with Maharaj, the adventure of trying to be the instrument of the Lord to prevent the sale of the New York temple, which, for those of you who know our history, had already been sold when we had an even bigger temple in the middle of Manhattan. And that was sold in the early 80s. A temple that Prabhupada said he wanted to have his Pushpa Samadhi on top of the roof of the temple. They sold it. So I thought, what a rare and amazing opportunity. And we worked together. He was not an absentee GBC member, chairman. He came to New York. He spent time with the devotees in New York. He participated in a GBC informational town hall meeting, which was filmed. If anyone is interested in seeing Guru Maharaj in action, you can ask Sura Prabhu or Purnachandra to get you a copy of that video that was made. It was like a lion at that meeting, the other side of Bhakti True Swami. We trained and trained about what we were going to say. With every one of the there's a lag with the, that was sold in the early 80s. The temple that Prabhupada said. Is there a way to turn down that echo or that recording? Thank you. Thank you. So he said, what shall I say? I told him, you already know what to say, but I can give you a few pointers so that you can incorporate them. So then we trained and trained. One point he said to me, Guru Gauranga Prabhu, how much more training do I have to do here? And before I could answer, he said, you're quite the taskmaster. I said, Maharaj, we have a task and you must master it. We all must master this task. It's an unusual task. We're trying to explain to the community of devotees what's happening and what we intend to do about it. And so he trained because we had just a certain number of minutes. Everyone had just a defined number of minutes. And he gave an amazing speech, a short speech. And he said at the end, with a very strong, even angry voice, a strong voice, he said, and I promise you this, as chairman of the GBC, I will do everything in my power to stop the sale of this temple. And he meant it. And we collaborated together for a number of years. Bhakti True Swami, Shesha Prabhu, and Pragosh Prabhu. And I had the fortune to serve them as their legal advisor. And they were so trusted by the GBC that after their year as the executive committee ended, they became a committee for saving the Brooklyn Temple for years. We stayed together for years, working on that together. And if it was not for them, the GBC, I fear, would not have taken the action it needed to take to stop the sale of the temple, because they played an enormously crucial role. And, you know, I've been on car trips with him. I've traveled with him. I've come to DeLand and visited him there. I know he found DeLand to be very dear. I understand why the devotees are emotionally attached to DeLand, because, you know, his presence pervades that place. And anyway, difficult to remember without getting emotional, but at least we know we're alive spiritually, and our heart beats for someone who made an impact on our life that we can't forget. Thank you very much for allowing me to say a few words. I must be very frank with you personally that with the exception of Prabhupada's departure, no departure has provoked as much tumult in my heart as the passing of Bhakti True Swami. I remember those days like they were yesterday, largely because a talkative guy like me was speechless and mostly crying for about 3 or 4 days. So we're blessed that every year we can come together and remember him. And I hope that this will continue perpetually. Thank you very much. All glories to Srila Bhakti Saru Swami Maharaj. All glories to Srila Prabhupada.
Thank you very much, Prabhu. We're indebted to you for spending a time, and we would request you to visit DeLand anytime when you wanted to come, and please bless us.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prabhu.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Thank you for inviting me. Haribol to all the devotees. Hare Krishna.
So the next speaker is His Holiness Giriraj Maharaj. Is it the right one? Is it the right one? This is the one? Okay. So this is the right one? No? Oh, he didn't join it. So I pinned the wrong link. We will resume as soon as Maharaj joins.
Jaya Radha Madhava, Jaya Radha Madhava, Kunja Bihari. Jaya Radha Madhava, Kunja Bihari. Jaya Gopi Jala Vallabha, Girvaradari. Jaya Gopi Jala Vallabha, Girvaradari. Yashodanandana Brajajananandana, Yashodanandana Brajajananandana, Yamuna Tira Vanachari. Yamuna Tira Vanachari. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
So we would like to welcome, he is known as Giriraj Maharaj. Giriraj Maharaj and Guru Maharaj spent several years working together, serving Srila Prabhupada, and they have a lot of memories together. So we would request Maharaj to please share the memories on this occasion. Thank you, Maharaj, for agreeing to come on Zoom and spend time with us. Hare Krishna.
Om Jnana Timirandasya Jnananjana Salakaya Chaksun Militam Yena Tasmai Sri Gurave Namaha Namam Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namane Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Vivishesha Shunivadi Paschatya Deshatarine Panchakalpatrubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhyevacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namah. Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasari Gaur Bhaktivinoda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare.
So one of Sripad Bhakti True Swami Maharaj's most prominent qualities was his deep love for Srila Prabhupada. Very soon after Maharaj met Srila Prabhupada, Prabhupada included him in his personal staff and made him his secretary for Bengali and Hindi correspondence. Soon thereafter, Srila Prabhupada gave him first and second initiation and then sannyas. And Maharaj personally served Srila Prabhupada throughout Prabhupada's last days. His Holiness Bhakti True Swami was also devoted to ISKCON. He always considered ISKCON to be a unique creation of Srila Prabhupada's and always wanted to serve ISKCON. Both the devotees and ISKCON become more loving, humble servants. Maharaj once explained to a devotee in Mauritius, the more responsibility one accepts, the bigger servant of the devotee one becomes. This reminded me of something Srila Prabhupada once said. A disciple came into Prabhupada's room in Mayapur one day and began to complain about the management. Srila Prabhupada said, if you think you can do better, why don't you? Somehow, the disciple came out and announced that Srila Prabhupada had made him the temple commander, and he began to boss around the other devotees. Some devotees complained to Srila Prabhupada that the devotee had said that Prabhupada had made him the temple commander, and that now he was barking orders at everyone. So Srila Prabhupada called for the devotee and instructed him, first you become the servant of everyone, then you become the temple commander. Thus Srila Prabhupada expressed the same idea, that a bigger position means becoming a bigger servant. And Srila Bhakti True Swami Maharaj in Parampara had the same understanding. If we listen carefully to all of Maharaj's instructions, we can understand how closely he followed the disciplic succession. Some of his statements were very close to Srila Prabhupada's words, and some took the basic principles that Srila Prabhupada gave and sweetened them with personal realization. Another of the many fine qualities exemplified by His Holiness Bhakti True Swami was his offenselessness. He was very careful not to commit any offense against any devotee or any living entity. And if he felt he had committed an offense, he would immediately try to mitigate the effects by approaching the person, apologizing, and asking forgiveness. Somehow or other, he tried to rectify the offense. From our point of view, we wouldn't think he had committed an offense. But within his pure heart, he may have felt that he had. And immediately he would try to approach and please the person he feared he had offended to remove the effects of the offense. Maharaj's heart was pure and very sensitive, full of appreciation for other devotees and sensitive to his own faults, which again, from our point of view, weren't even false. And that's really the heart of a Vaishnava, full of love and appreciation for others, but sensitive to one's own deficiencies or mistakes. Bhagavad Gita 12, 13, and 14 reminds me of His Holiness Bhakti Swami Maharaj and seems to describe him perfectly. Quote, one who is not envious, but is a kind friend to all living entities, who does not think himself a proprietor and is free from false ego, who is equal in both happiness and distress, who is tolerant, always satisfied, self-controlled, and engaged in devotional service with determination, his mind and intelligence fixed on me, such a devotee of mine is very dear to me. As Maharaj always reminded us, we have the wonderful association of the devotees in ISKCON. And through their association, we can experience Srila Prabhupada's presence. And along with Srila Prabhupada's presence, the presence of Srila Prabhupada's dear and beloved associate, His Holiness Bhakti Swami Maharaj. And now, especially, we can learn to serve His Holiness Bhakti Swami Maharaj in separation. As Srila Prabhupada wrote in his dedication to Srimad Bhagavatam, quote, to Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Goswami Maharaj, my spiritual master. He lives forever by his divine instructions, and the follower lives with him, end quote. After our Srila Prabhupada left, I looked for solace and guidance in his books, and I came across a section that addressed the disappearance of the spiritual master. Srimad Bhagavatam 4:28, 45 to 55. Some passages encouraged me that my lamentation over Prabhupada's departure was justified. Others, that I could regain his association by serving his instructions. Text 47 states, being now alone and a widow in that forest, the daughter of Vidarbha began to lament, incessantly shedding tears which soaked her breasts and crying very loudly. In his purport, Prabhupada explains, quote, figuratively, the queen is supposed to be the disciple of the king. Thus, when the mortal body of the spiritual master expires, his disciples should cry exactly as the queen cries when the king leaves his body. However, the disciple and spiritual master are never separated because the spiritual master always keeps company with the disciple as long as the disciple follows strictly the instructions of the spiritual master. This is called the association of Vani, words. Physical presence is called Vapu. As long as the spiritual master is physically present, the disciple should serve the physical body of the spiritual master. And when the spiritual master is no longer physically existing, the disciple should serve the instructions of the spiritual master. End quote. The next verse discusses the chaos or disorder that might follow the disappearance of the spiritual master. And in his purport, Srila Prabhupada explains what the disciples could do. Quote, The main business of human society is to think of the Supreme Personality of Godhead at all times, to become his devotees, to worship the Supreme Lord, and to bow down before him. Yes, the Acharya, the authorized representative of the Supreme Lord, establishes these principles, but when he disappears, things once again become disordered. The perfect disciples of the Acharya try to relieve the situation by sincerely following the instructions of the spiritual master. I was astonished. Srila Prabhupada was telling me exactly what I needed to know. Quote, the perfect disciples of the Acharya will try to relieve the situation by sincerely following the instructions of the spiritual master. End quote. But how will the disciples get detailed guidance when there is a question regarding which of the spiritual master's instructions to apply in a particular complex situation? And what would be their qualification to receive such guidance? The purport to text 50 answers, quote, it is the long-standing tradition of the Vedic system that a faithful wife dies along with her husband. This is called Saha Marana. The wife used to enter the fire voluntarily. When Maharaj Pandu died, he was survived by two wives, Madri and Kunti. The question was whether both should die or one should die. After the death of Maharaj Pandu, the wife settled that one should remain and the other should go. Madri would perish with her husband in the fire, and Kunti would remain to take charge of the 5 Pandava children. This indicates that a devotee's wife must be prepared to act in such a way. Similarly, and listen closely, my dear devotees, similarly, a devoted disciple of the spiritual master would rather die with the spiritual master than fail to execute the spiritual master's mission. As the Supreme Personality of Godhead comes down upon this earth to reestablish the principles of religion, so his representative, the spiritual master, also comes to reestablish religious principles. It is the duty of the disciples to take charge of the mission of the spiritual master and execute it properly. Otherwise, the disciples should decide to die along with the spiritual master. In other words, to execute the will of the spiritual master, the disciple should be prepared to lay down his life and abandon all personal considerations. Then the next 2 paragraphs, I should say purports, explain how that detailed guidance would come. Quote, in his Paramatma feature, Krishna is the old friend of everyone. According to Vedic injunction, Krishna is sitting with the living entities side by side. According to the Shruti mantra, Dva Suparna Sayuja Sakaya, the Lord is sitting within the heart of every living entity as Surit, the best friend. The Lord is always eager to have the living entity come home, back to Godhead. The Lord is always eager to have the living entity come home, back to Godhead. Sitting with the living entity as witness, the Lord gives him all chances to enjoy himself materially. But when there is an opportunity, the Lord gives good counsel and advises the living entity to abandon trying to become happy through material adjustment and instead turn his face toward the Supreme Personality of Godhead and surrender unto him. When one becomes serious to follow the mission of the spiritual master, his resolution is tantamount to seeing the Supreme Personality of Godhead. As explained before, this means meeting the Supreme Personality of Godhead in the instruction of the spiritual master. This is technically called Vani Seva. Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur states in his Bhagavad Gita commentary on the verse, Vayasayatmika Buddhir Ekeha Kurunandana, Gita 241, that one should try to serve the words of the spiritual master. The disciple must stick to whatever the spiritual master orders, and simply by following on that line, one sees the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur remarks that unless one is very highly elevated and loving the Supreme Personality of Godhead, one cannot see him as he is. Nevertheless, if one sticks to the principles enunciated by the spiritual master, somehow or other he is in association with the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Since the Lord is in the heart, he can advise a sincere disciple from within. This is also confirmed in Bhagavad Gita 10:10. Tesham satatayuktanam bhajatam pritipurvakam tadami buddhi yogam tam enamam ayantite. To those who are constantly devoted and worship me with love, I give the understanding by which they can come to me. In conclusion, if a disciple is very serious to execute the mission of the spiritual master, he immediately associates with the Supreme Personality of Godhead by Vani or Vapu. This is the only secret of success in seeing the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Instead of being eager to see the Lord in some bush of Vrindavan, while at the same time engaging in sense gratification, if one instead sticks to the principle of following the words of the spiritual master, he will see the Supreme Lord without difficulty. Srila Bilvamangal Thakur has therefore said, Bhakti stvayi stiratira bhagavan yadi syat daivena na palati divya kishora murti mukti swayam mukulitanjalit sevate san dharmartha kama gataya samaya pratiksha. Quote, if I am engaged in devotional service unto you, my dear Lord, then very easily I can perceive your presence everywhere. As far as liberation is concerned, I think that liberation stands at my door with folded hands, waiting to serve me. And all material conveniences of dharma, religiosity, artha, economic development, and kama, sense gratification, stand with her. Krishna Karnamrita 107. If one is very highly advanced in devotional service, he will have no difficulty in seeing the Supreme Personality of Godhead. If one engages in the service of the spiritual master, he not only sees the Supreme Personality of Godhead, but attains liberation. As far as material conveniences are concerned, they automatically come, just as the maid servants of a queen follow the queen wherever they go, wherever she goes. Liberation is no problem for the pure devotee, and all material conveniences are simply awaiting him in all stages of life. I felt purified and exhilarated. I had gotten the guidance, the answers I needed in a most encouraging and empowering way. And I hope that the followers of Sripad Bhakti True Swami Maharaj will get similar enlightenment and encouragement as they endeavor to serve their departed spiritual master in separation. And I will just add one note from Gauri Das in England. On the departure of His Holiness Tamal Krishna Maharaj, His Holiness Bhakti True Maharaj shared his feelings, his quote, shattered composure, and his deep questioning of Krishna. The suddenness and the way Tamal Krishna Maharaj tragically passed away perturbed Bhakti True Maharaj. He questioned, why did he have to leave us in this way? What came to Maharaj then was a realization, a very important realization, and one that can help us today. Quote, this is Bhakti True Swami Maharaj's realization. Quote, a realization dawned on me. Our existence in this material world is like a dream. And therefore, how one comes or departs does not really matter at all. Only those who want to remain in ignorance are concerned about how one is born and how one dies. But for a devotee situated in the absolute truth, it does not really matter at all. How one leaves the body is not important. What really matters is how one leads his life. For one who has lived such an intense life of devotion, always expressing his love for Krishna through dedicated service, how can Krishna ever fail him? For one who has always been seeing Krishna in the core of his heart, with eyes anointed with the mascara of love, at the final moment, Krishna comes to him and he sees Krishna face to face. Will he not naturally become submerged in an ocean of bliss? Therefore, how one leaves the body is not important. What really matters is how one develops his love for Krishna. Krishna comes to his devotee at the most crucial time in his life, and he is about to leave his body. Srila Bhakti True Swami Maharaj Ki Jai. Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. So, my dear devotees, I believe that we do have a little more time left. And so if any of you want to ask any questions or make any comments, share any reflections, you can raise your hand, your physical hand or your virtual hand. When my screen is set up, I can't see if anyone does have a question or comment.
Yes, Maharaj, we checked here.
Well, if there's nothing more, we can conclude now by offering Vaishnava Pranam. Let us offer our respectful obeisances unto all the Vaishnava devotees of the Lord, who are just like desired trees, who could fulfill the desires of everyone and are full of compassion for the fallen conditioned souls. Vanchakalpatrubhyascha kripa sindhubhya vacha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. Anantakoti Vaishnava Vrinda ki jai. Srila Bhakti True Swami Maharaj ki jai. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Gaur Bhakta Vrinda ki jai. Hare Krishna. So what happens next? I just started to hear you. Thank you. I'll keep it in mind. Okay. Yes, please. Okay. Hare Krishna. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. We are setting up, apologies. I think as you see, when it is needed, that time material world shows. So never happened it whole 10 year, I am using this machine, it's 10-year old. Only 2 times this happened and it has to be one now, middle of the session when Maharaj started. So really sorry for that. Maybe I have to make sure the updates have happened more frequently rather than randomly.
ओम ज्ञानतिमिरन्दस्य ज्ञानाञ्जनशलाकया चक्षुरुन्मिलितं येन तस्मै श्रीगुरुवे नमः। नमो ओम विष्णुपदाय कृष्णप्रस्थाभूतले श्रीमते भक्ति चारु स्वामीति नामिने स्निग्धचेता सुपनेता भग्मिनं चारुसपुतं भावपरागता प्रणाम नौमि भक्ति चारुपरां। हरे कृष्ण। We've had very wonderful remembrances of His Holiness Bhakticharya Swami, our beloved spiritual master. And while it is nourishing, making us remember his transcendental character, gives joy to the heart, at the same time, it pulls on the heartstrings and brings one to tears, just revisiting his magnanimity, his love, his affection, his ability to touch the hearts of all that he came across. And as we all sit here, we all have a personal experience where Guru Maharaj has won our hearts over by any one or combination of his transcendental qualities. And so thinking what to speak or share on such a day is always difficult, because a transcendental personality such as His Holiness Bhakticharya Swami is an ocean of wonderful qualities. And only those who are properly qualified are able to properly glorify such a personality. So first, just to thank the God brothers of our dear spiritual master who have come today to share with us on this disappearance or memorial festival. We really appreciate them so much, and we depend upon them to properly appreciate our spiritual master. On a personal note, I met His Holiness in 2002 at the temple ISKCON Pretoria in South Africa. It was the appearance day of Gadadhar Pandit. The temple started to fill up. So many cars were coming. I was new at the temple, so I inquired from the devotees, where are all these people coming from? What's happening today? So one devotee said, oh, you don't know? Bhakticharya Swami is coming. So Bhakticharya Swami, okay. So there is a very big Indian community in Pretoria, but those personalities are generally seen Janmashtami time. So to see all of them descend upon the temple was a bit mystifying for my young mind at the time. So I could understand, okay, this personality must be very influential, very powerful person. And I was expecting to see this great personality come. And sure enough, a car was led into the temple yard, and the door opened, and out came Guru Maharaj. And my first impression was that Srila Prabhupada had come. For some reason, I thought, hey, this is Srila Prabhupada. Oh, is this his son? And when he came, he took off his shoes, and even his shoes were like, they looked like Srila Prabhupada's shoes. I was really convinced this is Prabhupada's son. Anyway, Guru Maharaj gave his lecture, and 10 minutes into it, he starts to speak about the situation in Zimbabwe. Don't know if any of you know of Zimbabwe. It's a famous country. You know of His Honorable Robert Mugabe? Yes. So Robert Mugabe was famous, however you take it, in the news as a type of dictator. What did he do? He had kicked out the British farmers in Zimbabwe. And so he was heavily vilified. And there's Srila Bhakticharya Swami, very transcendental, aristocratic gentleman, looks like Prabhupada's son. He just spoke about Gadadhar Pandit briefly, and then he says he's been thinking about the issue of Zimbabwe. My mind couldn't absorb anything about Gadadhar Pandit at the time, but as soon as he mentioned Zimbabwe, then my ear was like open. Zimbabwe? Huh? Yes, he said if one is a leader then one is meant to protect his citizens. They depend upon him. And if you are a leader and you don't have power over the resources of your country, then you are useless as a leader. So he said, I understand why Robert Mugabe kicked out the British farmers. He said, after some time, there is no more diplomatic means to resolve the issue. And so one has to act using force. And my background predisposed me to being very sensitive to this type of discussion. Because at the time I joined, I was also part of a movement, a black consciousness movement. And so I was thinking that he has such a big heart that he can put himself in the shoes of a leader who is vilified by everyone, and he's trying to understand what led him to such a drastic decision, and that he was expressing some compassion for the people of Zimbabwe. And then I felt, yes, he's not just here to sell his Hare Krishna gospel to us, but he actually cares about the people. And I was attracted to that. He came a few more times to the temple in Pretoria, and I'd made the resolve that I would aspire for him to be a disciple. But taking the advice of my seniors, they felt otherwise. Hey, you're an African boy. Bhakticharya Swami, he's got many Indian disciples, very rich people. You'll never get time with him. Why don't you try other spiritual masters that come? So I was conflicted, my heart connected. And so I tried to put myself into different sanghas, try to come closer to other visiting gurus, but it just wasn't clicking in that way. Until one day we had taken His Holiness Bhakti Tirtha Swami to a TV show in Johannesburg. And so while we were driving back, so now I was thinking, okay, Bhakti Tirtha Swami, he's black, I'm black, maybe this is a sign. Maybe I should talk to him. So Maharaj was just looking through the newspaper in the front seat. So I asked him, Maharaj, he said, yes. He said, how does one choose a spiritual master? And without even turning, he said, one should never choose a spiritual master based on the bodily conception of life. And immediately he solved all my problems. I understood I have to go back to Bhakticharya Swami. I had chosen him and the devotees had confused me. And so I went to a darshan when Guru Maharaj had come to one of his disciples' house in Johannesburg. His Grace Shiva Shankar Prabhu. Some of you know of him. So they arranged that I come see him. I'm happy to see you. So you joined the temple? Yes, I joined the temple. He said, have you finished your studies? I said, no, Maharaj. He said, do you want to finish your studies? I said, no. He said, do you want to get married? I said, no, Maharaj. He said, good. If you stay in ISKCON, then everything will be okay. If you try to get married, you're going to suffer. And I believed him. I understood that this is the absolute truth. He said, Srila Prabhupada has offered you an opportunity to make this life your last life. It was arranged in due course of time that I would receive initiation from him, and that was going to happen at the temple in Durban, Shishi Radharanath. He had come to Johannesburg, and we all went to see Guru Maharaj. As most of you may know, that Guru Maharaj always had that, he arranges this sort of courtship, around initiation. It really gives you good time, intimate time, and allows you maybe to travel with him after that. So from Johannesburg, he arranged, we take a flight to Durban. I remember that flight was so short. We were on and then we were off. It's a 45-minute flight. Anyway, in Durban, when I got there, his servant, seeing a new boy had come, he told me, "You want some service?" I said, "Yes, I'd like some service." So he had maybe 4 or 5 sets of Guru Maharaj's cloth. He told me, "Okay, you go and you wash this cloth and iron it. Guru Maharaj is on his last set." So the whole day was that, wash the cloth, hung it, ironed it. And so that day I couldn't go for any darshans. I brought you here so that I can be with you. Now the whole day, I don't know where you've been. He said, "I hope you are not being affected by the bodily concept of life, like all of these people," pointing at all his disciples there in Durban. "That you are thinking, oh, I'm here with my Indian disciples." And so he said, "I want to see you next to me. I don't care which program I'm going to, in whose cars I'm traveling in, I want you in that car." And from that day, Guru Maharaj gave me the key to this movement. I felt welcomed. He wanted me here. He made space for me. And that intimidation of feeling like an outsider coming into a space was gone. And in this way, his affection made an imprint on my consciousness and gave me access to this movement. So just to close, because I don't really know about the time, I think it can keep going on. Just one theme of Guru Maharaj's preaching, which he manifested practically everywhere he went, but particularly in South Africa, I really witnessed it a lot. He would come to visit and many devotees come and so many around him. Temple program is full, we go to different homes. He would speak and then mid-class, he would speak that I'm concerned that I don't see any local people here. He said this ISKCON is the International Society for Krishna Consciousness. It is not, the I is not for Indian Society for Krishna Consciousness. So he would always demand that the preaching should affect the local people. They should be part of this movement. And sometimes it felt so awkward, we are at some devotee's house. Sometimes it was myself and just another god brother, Pradananda Prabhu. And so the kata is going, the mood is nice, and all of a sudden he starts talking about African preaching. And you could see the devotees just are turning to see. It's almost like it's your people's fault, you know. Now we had a nice program, and now Guru Maharaj is upset because we have to preach to you guys. But in the mood of Srila Prabhupada, following the desire of Srila Prabhupada, that was his heart and soul. This Prabhupada Gata Prana. That Srila Prabhupada made these travels all over the world to invite all the living beings in different countries, different continents, that they can come and revive their spiritual life. And so Guru Maharaj, although was happy to see all the devotees, but he always insisted, wherever we are, let us make it a point. This is his line. Make it a point that we preach to the local people. Let us not create an island where it's just us and our friends. So I think that will be a few things that I share today. He loved me. He showed me love. After him, everything else is a bonus. If I get any love or not, I have experienced love and affection from my spiritual master, and that is more than I could ever ask for. And today is a bittersweet day, but I choose to consider him this victor. He played his part, and he deeply served Srila Prabhupada very genuinely, very dedicatedly. And like a hero, in the past, sadhus would go off to the forest to give up their life. You know, sannyas meant that you're off. No one knows what happens to you. And Guru Maharaj, off into the battlefield, he came to this Florida. And without any crying disciples around him, on Guru Purnima, left to continue his service with Srila Prabhupada. And to the accompaniment of the entire ISKCON world, practically 2 weeks of kirtans everywhere. That's very glorious. I was thinking, I'm happy for him. He didn't have to stick around until his body was invalid and he had to fully depend on us. Of course, it would have been wonderful for him to give us another 20, 30 years or more. But we can take strength from his wonderful example. And I pray that Guru Maharaj, I can try to be of some service to your mission. I beg your blessing, your mercy, that I can try to be somewhat pleasing to you. Srila Bhakti Charu Swami Guru Maharaj ki, Jagat Guru Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Gaur Premanande.
Thank you, Sabyasachi Prabhu. So we would invite Sura Prabhu. Please come.
Om Ajnana-timirandasya Jnananjana-shalakaya Chakshuru-militang yena tasmai Sri Guruve Namaha. Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Charu Swami Niti Namine Snigdha Cheta Supraneta Vagminam Cha Rasa Plutam Prabhupada Gata Pranam Nomi Bhakti Charupanam. Sorry, I might get emotional. Guru Maharaj won me over with his kind heart. From a very young age, actually, I would get into a lot of trouble. I was always getting into fights at school and just living a lifestyle that was not nice. So in 2008, my mother decided to take me to one of his European retreats in Malaga. And she sold it to me in a way that was quite enticing. She said that, oh, it's on the beachfront. Some of your friends from the manor will be there, so you can just play football on the beach. So I went, and that's what I did. I didn't attend any of Guru Maharaj's classes. I was just on the beach, chilling, you could say. And one evening, I was taking prasad with my mother, and Guru Maharaj came walking up to me. And he said, after you finish your prasadam, I'd like to speak to you. My room number is 502. Please come to me once you finish prasad. So, after I finished prasadam, I went to Guru Maharaj's room. And he spoke to me for 2.5 hours. And at that time, I was 15 years old. And I was asking him silly questions, you know, things like, what is it that you do? Why do you do what you do? You know, don't you want to get a job? And after the conversation, he gave me his phone number and his email address. And he said, make sure that you contact me every month. So like that, I'd write to him every month. This was in July. And September, I found out it was his Vyas Puja, so I thought I'd give him a call. And he didn't answer his phone, but after 10 minutes, he rang back on the house phone. And he was on the phone, Hare Krishna. I said, oh, Guru Maharaj, I just wanted to say happy birthday. I know you're busy celebrating with your friends, but that's all I wanted to say. And then he goes, is there anything else? And actually, after that first meeting, I had started chanting 16 rounds and following the regulative principles. And I said, yes, Guru Maharaj, you know, I go to school, I still get into fights, people are of different faiths. So how do I know that, you know, what I'm practicing is the right faith? He said, don't worry, whenever you feel like that, just open the Bhagavad Gita to a random page, and that will be the instruction that you should meditate on. So I said, okay, I'll try that. And then after that, he said, actually, I've spoken to your mother, and I've arranged that you come and spend some time with me the following year. So February came, and I went to India. And I thought I was going for 2 weeks. I ended up spending 3.5 years traveling with Guru Maharaj. And he could always relate to me. You know, once we were in Malaga and in Hemagori Mataji's house, and there was a table tennis table in her basement. And he could sense that I was getting frustrated with all the traveling and the service. So he called me, he said, Sura, let's play table tennis. So we played maybe 7 or 8 rounds of table tennis, and he beat me at every single round. And it just shows he was just the expert at everything. Like this, there are many incidences that I have with him. But the last time that I met him was August 29th of 2019. And he was flying from America to India, and he had an 8-hour stopover in London. And he came to our house. So he came, he took prasadam, and then we went upstairs. He wanted to take some rest. So I assisted him, I went upstairs. And I'd been chastised by him a lot in the past. And anyone who knows Guru Maharaj's chastisements, they know how heavy they were. It's like a thunderbolt hitting your heart. So he said, Sura, I need to tell you something. So I said, okay, Guru Maharaj. He said, close the door. I closed the door. He said, Sura, this is the last time that I will be seeing you. And I said, Guru Maharaj, what do you mean? This is the last time. He said, just believe me, this is the last time that you'll be able to see me. I said, Guru Maharaj, I can come, I can take a flight, I can see you wherever you are. I can come, I can see you, I can spend time with you. He said, you might think that it will be that simple, but it won't be. So then I asked him, Guru Maharaj, what would you like me to do? Actually, after my service of traveling with him, I spent some time with Sabyasachi Prabhu in Swaziland. Then after that, I went back to the UK, got some type of education, and I was working for a little while. And when I did go back, I was very close to actually leaving ISKCON, purely on the fact of how some God brothers or God family in the UK received me. I was still a young devotee. I started traveling with Guru Maharaj at the age of 16, and I left to go back home at 21. So I wrote an email to Guru Maharaj. I said, Guru Maharaj, I'm done with this. And for the consecutive 2 or 3 years that he had come to London during that time, from the airport, the first place that he'd come to was our home, just to spend the day with me and to give me encouragement. So coming back to this, so I asked Guru Maharaj, what would you like me to do? And ever since I was a young teenager, Guru Maharaj was always heavy on the fact that I joined the ashram and I served Srila Prabhupada's movement and mission. And he said, I would really like you to go back to the ashram. So I said, okay, Guru Maharaj. But I still couldn't get over the fact that this was the last time that I'd be seeing him. So I asked him again. I said, Guru Maharaj, is it not possible that I can just go with you now? And he said, don't worry. I will give you the empowerment to fulfill the instructions. So the last week that Guru Maharaj was in the hospital, I had 4 dreams of Guru Maharaj. And the first dream was in Guru Maharaj's quarters in Mayapur. While serving him, I spent a lot of my time in Mayapur in those quarters. And he was sitting on his chair in the common room where he'd give lectures. And he just popped up. And in my dream, I was crying so much, saying, Guru Maharaj, Everyone's praying for you. Everyone's crying, the whole world's chanting, please, Guru Maharaj, come back. And Guru Maharaj, he put his arm around me, and it felt so real. And we walked to the first room. So when you enter the quarters, there's a room on the right, and that room has a balcony. So we walked to that room, and over the balcony, there was kirtan going on. And we're just looking, and then a golden white boy came and he held Guru Maharaj's hand. And I was looking at Guru Maharaj thinking, do you know this person? Like, who is he? And Guru Maharaj just looked at me and he said, I'm okay where I am. That was on the Monday. Then on the Tuesday, I had another dream. And it was after Mangalarti in Mayapur temple room. And Indriyash Prabhu was there also for some reason. And Guru Maharaj, and he was just chanting japa. But the way he was chanting was like it was vibrating in my ear. And he's just chanting the Maha Mantra loudly. The Wednesday I didn't have a dream. The Thursday I had another dream, and I was standing in Ujjain on the balcony in Guru Maharaj's quarters, and I see that the Mayapur devotees and the Ujjain devotees are all gathered, and Guru Maharaj's body is coming back to Ujjain, and they're arguing over where they can have Guru Maharaj's samadhi. So that day, after I woke up, I went downstairs crying to my mother and I said, Mom, Guru Maharaj is not coming back. And she was positive. She was trying to stay positive, I guess. But in my heart, I just knew that he won't come back. And the Friday night, I was feeling very cold in the middle of the night. And Guru Maharaj just appeared. And he says, Sura, now it's my time to go, but please just follow the instructions. So I woke up at 5 a.m. and the whole morning I was crying. And actually we got the news at 2 p.m. in the UK. And at 5 a.m. I told my mother, I said, Mom, today Guru Maharaj is going to leave. And she didn't want to believe me. So I said, look, just log on online, Jain live stream. I'm telling you that he's leaving today. And then one by one, the devotees started to come into the temple room in Ujjain, and Arunaksha Prabhu started to sing Jaya Nilo Pramadhan. And that was it. So really, I'm only here because of Guru Maharaj's love and nothing else. It's just his mercy. And I know a lot of devotees connected to Guru Maharaj's heart. And that's why they're here too. So thank you. That's all I have. Hare Krishna.
So we would like to welcome again His Holiness Joydet Maharaj and His Holiness Rananath Maharaj with Haribo. So with your permission, we would like to continue, Maharaj. Thank you very much, Sura Prabhu. He's out. So we would request Shama Mukunda Prabhu next. And after Shama Mukunda Prabhu, Charu Chandra Prabhu, if you can be ready.
ओम अज्ञानतिमिरन्धस्य ज्ञानाञ्जनशलाकया चक्षुरुन्मीलितं येन तस्मै श्री गुरुवे नमः. Hare Krishna. Please pardon me. It's going to be very emotional for me. After hearing Sura Prabhu's experience, it's even more hard. The reason being, I lost my father in 1997. I lost my mother in 2015. Guru Maharaj came to my life around that time. He came to Seattle. There were some issues in the temple and whatnot. In a way, I feel it's a blessing that we had some problem in Seattle, because if not, he wouldn't have come to Seattle. So I wouldn't have found my wonderful spiritual master as well. He came, first moment I saw him, I felt like I found my spiritual master. He was the kindness, the kindness that it just emanated from him. You could feel it, every moment of it. And we were fortunate to host him also at our home. And then my wife, when she's an okay cook, but then the Guru Maharaj's standards is so high, she feels so pressured that, to meet his standards. And one time he asked to make a veggie wrap, and she wrapped the veggie with that wrap. She took 2 or 3 layers to make that fries, to fry it, the spring roll. And as soon as he tasted, he asked, "Did you wrap like 3 times the wrap?" He said, "Yes, Guru Maharaj." "Okay, you should do only once." So like, okay, Guru Maharaj, because she never did a veggie wrap before, so it was the first time. So he was so kind, and like a father, he would take care of us. He was literally taking care of us, and he would, wherever he is, whether he was in Australia or in India or in US, he would call me. And the moment the phone rings, the first thing I would say is, "Shyam Mukunda, how are you doing? that voice is still ringing in my ears. I miss that. It is extremely hard to not be able to hear his voice. Yes, we hear him giving the lectures and all that. That live phone call, I still look forward for that. So when we asked for his shelter, he emailed us both, myself and my wife, that I will take you to Srila Prabhupada. So I was like, okay, now we have a written document. Our Guru Maharaj just promised that he is going to take us to Srila Prabhupada. That's a treasure. We're going to have it for the rest of our life. We just have to simply follow what he has told us to do. The important instruction he gave is be cooperate with everyone. That's the number one instruction. I take it to my heart seriously. I want to be humble always, and I want to be cooperative with others. Yes, I have the false ego. It would come along the way, but I should always keep that instruction. Then I should be cooperative. As long as we are cooperative, this movement will flourish and we can make progress. So even though we have all these loving God brothers, God sisters, uncles, Srila Prabhupada, everybody is there, I feel that emptiness. I feel lonely all the time. Being somewhere left alone in the woods, that I don't know where to go, what to do. Every day there's a material pressure in life. It is so confusing. What should I do now? But with that love and kindness of Guru Maharaj's presence, somehow I'm able to live through these challenges. And then I have that hope, one day I can meet him again in person and fall at his feet and surrender to him. I want to surrender. I don't say I want, I always surrender to him. But that feeling of grabbing at his lotus feet and crying, I'm yearning for that. And I have all the faults in the world. I beg all the God brothers, uncles, God sisters, everybody to just forgive me. And if I make mistakes, please tell me what I'm doing is not right. Please tell me. I will humbly accept that and I will correct myself. On the lighter note, one time we came to DeLand in 2019 or 2018, November. Somehow we thought there is a retreat in DeLand. So we came here and we came to see Guru Maharaj, and Guru Maharaj was here, and we asked him. He asked, oh, you came here? He asked, yes, Guru Maharaj, we came for a retreat. Oh, you didn't know the retreat is cancelled. Oh, okay, we didn't know, Guru Maharaj. He said, that's okay, no problem, you come and stay with me. And then, Guru Maharaj, we are staying in a hotel. No, you go take your stuff and come and stay with me. Then he offered us to stay with him. And that time, he wanted to celebrate a birthday party for a boy who was here. And he gave myself and my wife a task to make a icing for the cake. We have never made icing before. So we looked up YouTube and said, okay, let's figure out how to make ice cream. We didn't know that we should ask Guru Maharaj how to make it. So we didn't want to go and ask him, bother him with that. So we looked up in YouTube and then we bought some butter and put some sugar and we blended did some really a masala, not a icing. And then we showed to him, Guru Maharaj, we made the icing. It's like, what is this? So he said, okay, it's fine, looks okay. And then we applied on the cake, and he said, okay, I will teach you next time when I come to Seattle, I will teach you how to make ice cream. Okay, Guru Maharaj. So the kindness is unspeakable. I don't know how to express in words. He is kindness personified. And for a fool like me, that kindness really pierced into my heart. So that's where that earning for that love is there every day. And if you look at around, you ask everyone, the theme is the same. His kindness is the one that actually has attracted everybody, everyone who has come across him. Nobody would speak of other qualities mostly. He, even though he exemplified in every aspect, the kindness is the one that has stood above all the wonderful qualities Guru Maharaj had. And everybody got attracted by that. With that, I want to thank everybody, and especially Maharajas who have come here to glorify him. So thank you, Maharaj. Thank you. Thanks to everyone. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Shyam Mukunda Prabhu. And next, Charuchandra Prabhu. While Charuchandra Prabhu is coming, just wanted permission of both the Maharajas. We were thinking that after Charuchandra Prabhu, we would request His Grace Krishna Kishore Prabhu to speak. Krishna Kishore Prabhu to speak and share, because he spent last several years as Guru Maharaj's secretary. Many of us would like to hear, and there is no time limit, whatever time he wanted to speak, because that is one of the condition I put when he came here, that we wanted to have a session with him. So Maharaj, if it is okay, then we can continue, extend that as it goes forward. And Gaurarti is at 6:30. The Arti can go silently, and we will continue the offering if it is okay. And then 7:30 we would do Kirtan and end by 8 o'clock, if that is okay, Maharaj. Yeah, thank you, Maharaj. So after Charuchandra Prabhu, it will be Krishna Kishore Prabhu, and after that we will again continue with other devotees. Please. Hare Krishna.
Om Agyanatimirandasya Gyananjana Shalakaya Chakshurun Militam Jena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Charu Swaminiti Namine Snigna Chita Sapranita Bhagnanam Chara Saplatam Prabhupada Gata Prana Nomi Bhakti Charu Padam. I'm very honored to be in the association of the amazing sweet souls on this planet. Our senior god uncles are here with us, our god brothers and god sisters. I might choke up. Please forgive me. I came to this beautiful movement of ISKCON through Srila Prabhupada's books. And I understood he had already left the planet. And so I knew I needed a guru as well. I remember the first time Bhakti Swami came to LA Temple. He led Guru Puja. And he got on the Vyasasan to give Bhagavatam class. The translation had no purport. Maharaj in his deep humility said, if Srila Prabhupada didn't write a purport for this translation, I am not qualified to speak on a purport as well. Hence, this Bhagavatam class, I'll just speak about Srila Prabhupada. And I was like, whoa, I've started to understand his humility. And he made me felt like a person, as everyone has mentioned so far. When you meet him, he didn't see you for your body. And I was so fortunate. Those days, my service, I was practicing yoga before, but I remember I came into the ashram and the brahmacharis told me, that is Maya. We do not do that, so you should do book distribution. So that became my service to Srila Prabhupada. And Guru Maharaj would constantly write me, empowering me to sell as much books as possible. And this time it was like the peak of Prabhupada's centennial, right? 1996. And we were trying to distribute so many books. Most of my godbrothers and godsisters know our godbrother, Chandrasekhar Acharya. So it was me and him who were competitive. Who could distribute the most books in the LAX airport? And I remember at that time, we heard earlier a beautiful story about Gamsha from Jadvaita Swami. I have an amazing Gamsha story. At that time, one of the leading book distributors around the world was Navina Nirada Prabhu. And the European BBT had brought out a new book on book distribution, and in the book, they had a picture of Navina with a gamsha wrapped around his neck, right? And all of a sudden, that became like the norm, right? If you were a book distributor, you wear a gamsha around your neck. So I get to Mayapur, and gamsha around my neck with my dhoti and kurta. Little things enter the system which are not Vaishnav etiquette. Yes. So I show up to Bhakti Maharaj's room upstairs in Mayapur, and he looked at me. I paid my obeisances and I said, Charu Chandra, why are you wearing a gamsha around your neck? He says, gamsha is for the bathroom. And then he asked his servant, please go and get one of my chatters for him. So the servant came back, Srinivas Prabhu came back with a beautiful chatter. Bhakti his own chatter, he gifted it to me. And I had chatters, but I just felt that was the in thing to walk around with a gamsha in and out of. So I said, no, gamsha is for the bathroom. Chatter is for what we wear as Vaishnavas. I was like, so since then, chatters. Yeah, so many etiquettes I've learned with him. Later on in my service, I gravitated back to the yoga culture, and different scenarios happen in life, and you think, okay, where am I? Is my faith still there in Srila Prabhupada? So I went back. One year I went back to the Himalayas, traveling in the mountains and going back into my yogic practices. And I came something told me the Mayapur festival is going to take place here and here. Let me go back to Mayapur. So I left the Himalayas, got to Mayapur, and our godbrother Madhavendra Puri looked at me and said, "What are you doing?" I said, "I'm just floating around. I'm not sure, what I'm doing." And he said, "Guru Maharaj needs a servant." This was 2002. He said, "Do you know to cook?" I said, "Nope. I was just living on water and air in the mountains. I don't know how to cook." "Can you give foot massage?" I said, "Yes, I can do that." And then he went through a few things. I said, "Okay." So he takes me to the room, and this time, when I went to meet Guru Maharaj, he said, "Oh, you're planning to be my servant?" I said, "Yes, I can do it." Then he asked me, "How much money do you have?" I said, I didn't have a credit card or nothing those days. I said, "I have $200, Guru Maharaj." He said, "Give it to me." I gave him everything I had in my life. I didn't have anything else. 10 minutes later, he came out of his quarters and says, "Here is a round the world ticket for you," for me to go travel with him. But he wanted me to surrender fully. I was like, whoa, okay. That year, as soon as I was going to become his servant, and we heard one of his dearmost god brothers, who he considered his senior, who took him under his wings. He took me down. He said, "Let's go meet His Holiness Tamal Krishna Maharaj." Maharaj hadn't come to Mayapur in a few years because he was at Oxford. And I remember going down with Guru Maharaj to meet Tamal Krishna Maharaj. So we got the door open, saw Tamal Krishna Maharaj. And Maharaj had known about me because back then Maharaj had used yoga as a preaching in China, as a preaching tool to connect to the Chinese community. So he, with Giridhari Swami, had invited me to teach yoga to the devotees in China, Philippines, his zone, Hong Kong. So that's why I was based in Hong Kong. So Maharaj was so happy to meet me, paid obeisances, and he heard I was going to go travel it back to True Swami as servant. He was happy. And then the next day, he lost one of his most beloved god brothers. And I was right there to see as Giriraj Swami was mentioning, the anguish he had about losing a god brother like that in such a drastic way. So the whole first month with me traveling with him was seeing how he lamented and the loss of His Holiness Tamal Krishna Maharaj. And I remember we landed in South Africa at Shiva Shankar Prabhu's house. And one morning, Guru Maharaj just picks up the Bhagavatam that was there, picks up and just turned to any page. And there were only about 5 or 6 of us in the room. He was going to give a Bhagavatam lecture. He just opened the book. What page did he turn to? A mantra that spoke about the Tamal Krishna tree. And Maharaj gave a beautiful lecture on the Tamal Krishna tree and Tamal Krishna Maharaj. This was the first chastisement I also got from him. After the lecture, he said, "Charu, did you record the lecture?" I had the machine, I didn't know how to operate it properly. And that was the first time I saw, he wanted the recording, not for himself, but to share to his godbrothers, and the disciples of Tamal Krishna Maharaj. So I remember as I was traveling with him, I had gotten a piece of Maharaj's dhoti when he had passed away. So Guru Maharaj told me, wherever we go, if you meet any of Tamal Krishna Maharaj's disciples, just cut a piece off and gift it to them. They can put it in a kavacha. So that was one of my service to the disciples of His Holiness Tamal Krishna Maharaj as I was serving Bhakti Tirobhav Maharaj. And then I remember I reached New York and I was saying, and actually such a reminded me. I remember that program Pretoria very well because I came to that program that you were at as his servant. And years later, I was teaching yoga. That was my main service those days. And these days, connect people through the yoga system. But in those days, there were only a certain temples you can go to, right? So Asia was open because Tamal Krishna Maharaj used it as a tool. And then I remember I was in South India one year, and Guru Maharaj told me that I met him, and then he said, these are some of the instructions I got as teaching yoga. He said to me, because he said to me, practicing asana and pranayama will only raise your sex desire if you do not cultivate the heart space. The ancient rishis were also devotees. So if you're not teaching yoga to connect people in the heart space, it is sense gratification. And I remember that instruction so clear. After teaching in Asia for a while, I had to come back to America, and some friends in New York City invited me to come and meet His Holiness Radhanath Swami in Jaipur. And when we were in Jaipur, Maharaj asked me if casually he's trying to develop a cultural center in New York City. They'll have different Vedic arts. We'll have art and dance and philosophy and meditation and yoga and vegetarian cooking. And Maharaj just casually offered it to me, and I thought this would be a nice challenge for me. So I remember moving to New York to be a part of the Bhakti Center. And this was 2008, 2009. And Bhakti Tirobhav Swami had come to New York, and he was in the building. I didn't know that he had arrived, but I was in the yoga studio, and I remember His Holiness Radhanath Swami came downstairs to meet me and took me upstairs to where His Holiness Bhakti Tirobhav Swami was. And he said, Bhakti Tirobhav Swami, I have a gift for you. And he said, look who's here. And Maharaj was happy to meet me in New York. And then he was happy with me teaching and refining. And so he told me, okay, Charuchanya, you're here. I said, yes, I'm here now. I'm happy being here. He said, I'm going to South Africa in a month, and I'm doing a project. And I will invite you to come and demonstrate the philosophy of yoga. I said, okay, so he bought me right then and there, he bought me a ticket to South Africa. I showed up, and the room was filled. It was like a huge auditorium. And And she go any time. So I remember I got there and I started to swallow the 4 feet cloth, right? You know the yogis swallow the 4 feet, the cloth to clean the heart space. I send the tube through the nose, pull it through the mouth. You know how you floss the teeth, yes? So the yogis will learn how to floss the nasal channel. And the whole auditorium is pause, right? In silence. And I'm doing all these kriyas, demonstrating. And then, after I gave a discussion about how to clean the body, clean the mind, and I thought I did something good. The evening, Bhakti Charu Swami called me into his room. He said, "It is very good that you demonstrated how you should keep the body and mind clean. But you should have," and then he gave me keen instructions for my future presentations. He said, "You were hesitant to tell them they should not take intoxication. They should not put intoxication into their body. They should not put meat into their body." So from that moment on, whenever I demonstrated the yoga practices, my presentation became more filled, more empowered with reminding people what you put into your body creates toxins. So as I was spending time with him, he understood the yoga philosophy so well. I would just listen to him present the philosophy to me, and then I would go teach it. Everything I learned in the Himalayas, he refined it so easily with Vaishnav culture for me. And so many amazing pastimes I had with him. But after New York, I was living and teaching in Hawaii. And he really wanted me to come to DeLand. He wanted to help me to come and teach the devotees how to teach yoga in DeLand. When you're a brahmachari, it's easy for the guru to call you and say, "Come here." I would have done it so easily, but I was married, and so he would call me literally every month, Yogi Charu. And he would refer to me, because my name in the yoga community is Yogi Charu. And then he saw my card in New York, Yogi Charu, Asana, Pranayama, meditation. So he would refer to me as, sometimes he would call me, "Hello, Charu Chandra." Other times he would call me, "Hello, Yogi Charu." And then, so he had a disciple who wanted to be a yoga teacher. And he had I think she was from England, an Indian dancer, Mataji. I think she was here, and he wanted me to help her get certified, because I certify people to teach yoga. So I remember, and I had a certificate. This is how refined Bhakti Charu Swami is. I had a certificate that I had. When I give a certificate, I just replicate from a Indian Swami from India the certificate with the blessings of, and I Vaishnavize it with the blessings of Lord Krishna. Please grant this person so and so. So I made a certificate for this devotee, meditation. And the word is meritorious. And I sent the certificate to Guru Maharaj, "What do you think about this?" And his English was so refined. He says, "I've been using this certificate for the last 20 years. Guru Maharaj looked at the certificate and said, "Charu Chandra, this is not the right word." He wrote me back, "It should be this word." I was like, so it's so amazing how his English was so refined. He restructured even the certificate I give people today. And then the last time I saw him was at Ratayatra in 2019. Me and my wife came. I was teaching in the morning, so I couldn't join the parade. So when I got there, it was in Thompson Square Park. And Maharaj had just finished having his lunch. So it took us a while to find him. And once I did find him, he called. He was so happy to see me because he still wanted me to come where? DeLand. So we spoke for about 3 minutes. And the last words out of his mouth, go take Krishna Prasadam. That's his nature. That's the last instruction I heard from him. And then a couple weeks later, in person, that's the last instruction. Then a couple weeks later, he left a message on my phone. And I remember I had got a message from Janavi, the curtain singer. This was like maybe 2 days or a day before he left the planet. I was in Hawaii. And she wrote to me saying, Charu, this. So normally I don't have my phone in my bedroom, but I understood the situation. I left my phone on. Hawaii is 6 hours behind Florida. So at around 2:30, my phone just started to go off and off. In Hawaii, I didn't have, the temple is very beautiful. Srila Prabhupada established the deities there. But I was the only disciple of Bhakti Charu Swami there. And I had the good fortune to, His Holiness Radhanath Swami told me, and Vaisheshika Prabhu, I was able to get their phone numbers, or spiritual uncles who called. I was able to speak to them to help me through that situation because I didn't have a sangha like this. Thank you, Maharaj. Thanks to Vaisheshika Prabhu. Thanks to all the devotees here. I'm so glad to be here. Now I finally moved to Florida. After Maharaj asking me to move, I didn't move to DeLand, but I'm in Florida, so it's easier to come here now for these amazing sanghas. I'm ever grateful. Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj ki, Srila Prabhupada ki.
Thank you very much, Charu Chandra Prabhu. So would request His Grace Krishna Kishore Prabhu.
ओम अज्ञानतिमिरन्धस्य ज्ञानाञ्जनशलाकया चक्षुरोन्मिलितं येन तस्मै श्रीगुरुवे नमः. Hare Krishna. So I am not qualified to speak here, especially in front of
our spiritual masters, Srila Prabhupada disciples, and my all senior God brothers, God sisters. And also my English is not good, so please forgive me. I think in Hindi and then translate and speak in English. So please forgive me for that. So as all devotees were sharing their heart, I was also a recipient of Guru Maharaj's mercy. I was very small, that time 12 years old, when I heard him first time. And I always used to be very fearful to go near him. I used to feel that when you go too near to someone, you tend to see some faults. So I was so doubtful on myself that if I go near, I may see some faults. So I was always far. But then it so happened that Parshuram Prabhu and Shyamangi Mataji were in Ujjain that time. And that was my first visit to Ujjain. I was very small, 12 years old. And I used to see Guru Maharaj from distance. And I used to be very happy to attend his kirtans, dance, chant. And then Parshuram Prabhu and Shyamangi Mataji tell me that they have a house program at their home. And they said that you come with us and you speak. So I told I am too small. He said, yes, we want a boy to speak, a child to speak. He said, okay, but Guru Maharaj will lead kirtan at that time. And then Shyamangi Mataji gave me a nice lecture on Vani Seva, that how Vani Seva is more important. So I went and we did little program. We missed Guru Maharaj Kirtan that day, and I was very sad that I couldn't attend Guru Maharaj Kirtan. So we came back and that day was over. Next day in Bhagavatam class, Guru Maharaj was speaking on Dhruv Maharaj. And then while he was speaking, he was asking, who were the two boys who went to give lecture at Parshuram Prabhu's place? So I was so fearful to go near him. Then Ganganarayan Prabhu, Bhakti Prem Maharaj now, he introduced that Guru Maharaj, these are two boys. And that's it. It was over. So Guru Maharaj went on traveling. He came back after 6 months to Ujjain. And when he came, he remembered my name and he called me by name. I was so shocked that how he could remember this in 6 months. And I was just a small incident. And he asked, are you still giving lectures? I said, no, Guru Maharaj. He said, keep giving lectures. I said, okay, Guru Maharaj. So that's how it started. And then after few years, maybe 2-3 years, I was in college that time. And I came for a seminar in Ujjain. So Indriyesh Prabhu, who is Guru Maharaj's cook, he was in Ujjain that time. So he was making nice pizzas for Guru Maharaj. But the kitchen was far and we have to carry hot pizzas because Guru Maharaj was there, some God brothers were there. So he asked me that you carry to Guru Maharaj's room. So first time I entered his room and I was already nervous, my whole body was shaking. I took that pizza and Guru Maharaj saw, he said, serve. I never served pizza in my life, and that too Guru Maharaj. So my hand was shaking, and as I lifted it, and I put on his table, it went upside down. And he said, it's okay, let others serve. So I was already afraid and I was very nervous. Next day, after Mangala Arati, one devotee was searching me in temple. He found, I said, Guru Maharaj is calling you. I was thinking, what did I do now? So I went upstairs and Guru Maharaj said, don't feel bad when I chastise. I want you to learn. So from now, every day you come and serve me. So that's how it started. And then he would teach, lift like this, now put it like this, not like left side, put it right side. And that's how it started. And then he said, you get your passport made. Now in my whole family, nobody has passport. The first time I got passport, and then after I finished my college, I was teaching somewhere. So Guru Maharaj told me one time that, do you want a career or you want to become a devotee? Now what I will answer? I said, Guru Maharaj, I want to become a devotee. Then don't waste time. Come. So I came, and then he gave me first service of correspondence. He would give dictations, the points, I would draft the letter, and then he would check, and then he would send out. So I was doing that service. So I was very new, and I drafted a letter and saved in Guru Maharaj's drafts folder. And it was sitting there for like 10 days. And I thought maybe Guru Maharaj forgot, he's so busy, and I should help him. So I sent it out. And that evening he called me and he said, I'm searching for this email, where is it? I knew I sent it, but how to tell him? And he was searching in drafts, then he's searching in inbox, outbox. He couldn't find anywhere. I said, Guru Maharaj, it's in sent folder. He said, what? Who sent it? Then I was silent. That was my first chastisement of life. He started chastising very heavily. He said, why don't you ask? And he had an art that he would not raise his voice, but still he will chastise heavily. So he was chastising, and then he asked, what do you want to say? I couldn't say anything. He said, okay, you can go now. So I went. But in reward of that chastisement, he called me next day and said, do you want to come with me to Gujarat? I said, yes, Guru Maharaj. So it would always happen that you get a chastisement and then you get a reward. So I said, okay, Guru Maharaj, I'll come. Jai Shri Shri Gaur Nitai ki jai. So I went for one day with one set of clothes to Ahmedabad. And then from there he said, come to Surat, then Baroda. Then he said, we'll go to Mayapur. I went to Mayapur. And then in Mayapur, Hemanga Chaitanya Prabhu, one of our godbrother, he said, Guru Maharaj, who is going with you to South Africa? And it was like just 10 days after that day, Guru Maharaj is supposed to leave for South Africa from Mumbai. Guru Maharaj said, he will go. And I had no clue how I will go. I had passport, but no visa. So then applied for visa, but it was taking long time. So we came to Calcutta, we came to Bombay, and next day we were supposed to go to South Africa. And still I was not having visa. But I was so fearful of the first chastisement that I couldn't tell him that Guru Maharaj, I didn't get visa, because he already booked my ticket. So finally night he himself asked, so everything is ready? I said, yes, Guru Maharaj. You got your visa? I said, no, Guru Maharaj. He said, what kind of person you are? You know, you cannot go without visa to other country. I said, Guru Maharaj, I never traveled outside India. So then he called somebody in South Africa to contact embassy there, that they call South African embassy in India. And he got the visa ready next morning. He told one devotee to collect my passport from Delhi, fly from Delhi to Mumbai. And then just 4 hours before our flight, I got my passport in hand. But the funny thing is, when we packed everything and we were leaving for airport, I left Guru Maharaj's passport back at home. And when we were on the way, he gave me such a look that you are useless. We went back and we collected everything. We went to airport, went to South Africa. When we landed there was one devotee was driving. Not devotee actually, was devotee's driver who was driving. And he was a South African. So he asked Guru Maharaj, because we both were shaven head. And I was in maybe our clothes were also same. I was in white, he was in saffron. So that person asked, is he your son? And without any doubt he said, yes, he's my son. So I felt very nice that again, okay, I did mistake, but now he's encouraging me. So then we went to the place where we were staying, and things started. That day, Guru Maharaj did a very accomplished program. He did a corporate program, and Sri Radharaman Prabhu from London, he arranged those programs. He was the MC. And it was a very successful program. So after the program, everyone was appreciating Guru Maharaj, and we came back home, and there was nice discussions till 11 o'clock in night. And then Radharaman Prabhu suggested, Guru Maharaj, we would like to apply for an award. He was suggesting for an award to be given to Guru Maharaj through United Nations. And Guru Maharaj, first question he asked is, can this award be given to Srila Prabhupada? And he never thought about it. He said, Guru Maharaj, I have to search because somebody already left this planet. He said, search, because he deserves it. We are simply following his footsteps. After that, he went back to his room and he was preparing to take rest. And we just switched off lights and massaging. Guru Maharaj said, today, Prabhupada would be very happy. Because when he came to South Africa, he was asking, where are locals? I didn't come to South Africa to preach to the Indians. So today, he would be very happy. So his consciousness was always in that direction. Then we were traveling to some other place, and these devotees gave us a lot of journey prasad. So there was like packets for Guru Maharaj, packets for me. So I kept my prasad in my bag, Guru Maharaj's prasad in Guru Maharaj's bag. And when we were going, Guru Maharaj said, where is journey prasad? I said, Guru Maharaj, in your bag? He said, keep your prasad also in my bag. I was not understanding why is that. So I kept in Guru Maharaj's bag and went to airport. Now he was in other cabin, I was in other cabin. And it was long flight, like 14 hours flight. Now when they started serving food, I was also feeling hungry. But I can't eat that food. And my food was with Guru Maharaj. So I can't ask him also, Guru Maharaj, I am hungry, give me prasad. So it was a very critical situation. I was very hungry. Then one air hostess comes from the first class cabin with a big tray. And nicely everything was arranged, hot. And everyone was wondering, whom she is taking this tray. And she comes right to my seat and says, your father sent you this prasad. So later on when we landed, and I just ran to, Guru Maharaj came out before and then we came out. Then I ran to him and Guru Maharaj said, so how was prasad? I said, nice, Guru Maharaj. He said, you see, I told you to keep it with me so that I can send you hot prasad. So there's facility for me to warm it. So I was wondering whom is serving whom. And I am supposed to serve him, but he is taking care of me. So later on then, like that we were traveling to different places, and one time he taught me how to make pesto pasta. So he told a recipe that you should have fresh basil leaves, then pine nuts, Parmesan cheese, little bit of hing and salt, and he taught whole recipe. So I prepared the first day and he liked it. And when he likes something, he will take it for days together. Like sometimes we ate Monk's Delight for 1 month. Same menu every day. So next day also he told, okay, you prepare pesto pasta. So when I was preparing, he came in the kitchen. And when he was around, you get nervous. So I was not understanding what I am doing. Indresh Prabhu was there. And then Guru Maharaj started to chastise me. Why there are so less pine nuts? I said, Guru Maharaj, half I put yesterday, half is for today. He said, no, this is not half. You put a lot yesterday. You don't measure and put. I said, no, Guru Maharaj, I measure. So I was giving clarification, but he was not happy. He chastised. And then we served him, and he understood because he chastised, then the reward has to come. So he said, okay, you bring your plate also and sit with me. So I said, okay. So I brought my plate, and whatever was remaining, I put in my plate, and I sat next to Guru Maharaj. And Guru Maharaj said, why did you put so much pesto on the pasta? It's so much. Then I said, another problem. then I was like, I finished my eating. Now that night, dinner, Indresh Prabhu cooked something else. This was in lunch. So in dinner, Guru Maharaj was fed something else, and I was not around. So Guru Maharaj asked Indresh Prabhu, did he eat? Indresh Prabhu said, no, Guru Maharaj didn't eat. So in 5 o'clock morning, he rang his bell. I went, Guru Maharaj asked that, why didn't you eat dinner last night? I said, Guru Maharaj, I was not hungry. He said, no, because I chastised you, therefore you have not eaten. So now, there is some prasad, bring and eat. He said, Guru Maharaj, it's 5 o'clock in the morning. He said, no, you should take prasad. So I took that prasad. This was in April. After months later, in September, we were in Ujjain for Guru Maharaj's Vyas Puja. And Guru Maharaj took prasad with all his god brothers. We served him prasad, and then he was chanting in his room. I was mopping the floor. On his own, he told, you know, often I feel bad about one thing. So I stopped mopping and Guru Maharaj, what happened? He said, often I feel bad about one thing. That day you were eating and I told, why did you put so much in your plate? I should have not done it. So he's so sensitive to everyone. We remember in DeLand when we went to buy the first car, second-hand car. So we were buying and we were doing the paperwork. So because Guru Maharaj was not having social security credit, so he has to take it on somebody's name, one Mataji's name. She just moved to DeLand, recently got initiated. And this person who was selling us the car, he said, Swami, why are you putting this car on this girl? She is your employee. She can go anytime. Why are you putting? She will take away the car. Guru Maharaj said, no, she is not my employee. She is my daughter. So that touched her so much. And due to some problems, then she could not stay. And at a very critical time, she was leaving Guru Maharaj. So while she was leaving, Guru Maharaj came to know that she is leaving. Guru Maharaj's first question was, how she is leaving? I said, Guru Maharaj, I don't know. So ask her, call her. So I called her. And she booked some bus or something from the Daytona beach. Guru Maharaj said, why didn't you tell me? I am still your father. Don't think that you are going away, that I will be upset with you. Just let me know, I will book your flight. So that was his sensitivity. I remember one time His Holiness Chandramauli Swami Maharaj was in Ujjain. Swami Maharaj was also there. And in night, Guru Maharaj, 1 o'clock in night, he rang bell and he said, can you check Chandramauli Maharaj is awake or not? So he went, I looked below the door, lights were off. I told Guru Maharaj he is taking rest. Guru Maharaj said, I am feeling so bad. Today he was there in my kirtan and I didn't request him to lead kirtan. So I am not able to sleep. So whenever he gets up, let me know. I want to beg forgiveness. Similarly, one time we were in Kanpur and it was GBC meetings, midterm meetings. And it was the day of Dashera. And it so happened that there were some candidates and Guru Maharaj had to give initiations also. And meetings were also there. So he kind of adjusted initiations in the morning and then 10 o'clock was GBC session. Then there was a little break. He was supposed to give Brahman initiation. And then there was another session of GBC meeting. So morning he gave initiation. But he couldn't take prasad because the initiation took a long time. So he couldn't take breakfast. So after his session, he came in that break, the lunch break of GVC meetings. And that time he was supposed to give Brahman initiation. So he didn't eat. He said, after initiation, I will give. So he gave initiation to all the candidates, but there was one candidate from Bangladesh. And Guru Maharaj asked him to recite some verses. And he could randomly ask any verse. And he couldn't tell. He was so nervous. Guru Maharaj said, okay, you tell me Mangalacharan. He was so fearful, he could not recite Mangalacharan. Guru Maharaj became so angry. You came to take Brahman initiation, you can't even recite any Mangalacharan verse? And Guru Maharaj put actually thread in his on his body. He was about to tell mantra. So the thread is there. He was just about to tell mantra. This was the situation. He said, I will not initiate you. And now the thread is there. Guru Maharaj took out thread. And he said, I don't want illiterate brahmanas. Prabhupada wanted preachers. So Guru Maharaj said, I will not initiate you. And then he became so upset, he didn't eat, he was chanting, and then he went for GBC meeting. After about 1 hour, he comes back. And he tells, can you call that devotee back? I was sitting in meeting, but I was not able to concentrate. Call him back. But the problem is, he was from Bangladesh, he didn't have Indian SIM. I didn't know Bengali, he don't know Hindi. Where I'll search him? So I was running around Kanpur temple for searching for him. Finally I found him one corner, he was sitting alone. He called, Guru Maharaj is calling you. So he said, I will not go. Because it's such an experience, I will not go. He said, no, he'll not chastise you, come. No, I will not go. So I had to drag him, that if he'll not go, I'll get chastised. So I was dragging him, I took him in Guru Maharaj's room, push him in. Then Guru Maharaj was speaking to him in Bengali. I could understand, I cannot speak, but I was understanding. Guru Maharaj saying, I put thread on your, body, and then I took it off. I was feeling so bad. I could not concentrate on my meetings. So, will you promise me that you will do Bhakti Shastri and you will learn all these verses? He said, yes, Guru Maharaj. Then he gave him Brahman initiation. So he was so sensitive how people feel, how they can be encouraged. Many times, many devotees would come to Guru Maharaj to ask help. And from my family background, I am a Marwadi, so we are miser. We don't want to spend money. So I was Guru Maharaj's treasurer also. I used to keep money. And like random devotees would come and tell Guru Maharaj, especially in Bengal it happened. Guru Maharaj, I was making my home, but it's incomplete, and the contractor asking money, but my money is stuck. They tell a whole story. Guru Maharaj, first, okay, how much you want? Say, Guru Maharaj, this much. Okay, give him. Then somebody else comes, Guru Maharaj, one of my relatives is in hospital, he wants some operation, and yes, give money. One time one Gaudiya Math sannyasi came, and he was telling his problems, that how he's facing problems in running his mutt. Guru Maharaj said, how much so we have a drawer in Mayapur where we used to keep all donations, pranami, everything. He said, Guru Maharaj said, give everything. I said, Guru Maharaj, should I count? Don't count. Let him count. Just give everything. So he was like that. He had always wanting to help others. So when he started this project, he was very much involved in every aspect of this project. Whatever we see, first time he brought us to see this land, and we were driving from Orlando, and throughout the journey, he was describing, it's such a nice project, it's just 1 hour from the airport, and we have nice facilities. So we were building up an image of the project. And I came first time to America, so I had that, America is something. So I was building up an image that maybe I'm going to another Disney World. So when we took that first turn, 44, things changed. We took another turn, 42, more things changed. And then when we come to the entrance of the property, we saw this huge tree, and the things hanging from it. I thought it's haunted. But Guru Maharaj was so excited. He said, take pictures. I said, Guru Maharaj, of what? He said, take pictures of this property. After 10 years, you compare what we have achieved. So we were entering, and this road is coming down. Nothing we could see because this is quite inside. So we were driving, coming inside. And then this property came. So that time it was not used for many years. So the grass was this tall. And there were many teak and other things. So as Guru Maharaj was walking, his thorns were stuck in his dhoti and his shoes. So we took it out. We said, Guru Maharaj, you want to go further? Yes, I want to see full property. So he was walking through all that, and we could see the skin of snakes which they leave So that was around, it was not like this that time. So he saw everything, and then there was another devotee with us. So we were standing by the lake, and Guru Maharaj came to this area. And now this devotee was from Bengal, Asim Kripa Prabhu. And he saw something similar to shark. And for Bengalis, when they see shark, something happens in their body. So he became very excited. In America, we found shark, we'll cook it. And he was telling, so I was laughing on his thing. At that moment, Guru Maharaj came. So we were into that, discussion, we were laughing and, funny mood. And Guru Maharaj comes in and the Guru Maharaj asks, so what do you think about this property? He was asking seriously, but we were laughing. So he thought we are making fun of his thought of developing this project. He became very serious. He straight away went to his car, we followed. Then we went out, he didn't speak anything. On the way, he turns back and he said, I'm giving you 3 days. You decide. You have to commit or quit. It was heavy. Then he said, it's not that I am taking you to this place and I'll dump you and I'll leave. I'll stay with you. And he did that. When we shifted, he came with us. So these rooms were not like this. We were not having lights. We were using these battery lamps. And everywhere, this floor was not there. The false ceiling was not there. It was just open to the main roof. So it was not like this at all. ACs were not there. Heater was not there. And it was November. Guru Maharaj took bath from cold water. He got fever. And still he was living. He was helping. And he used to search instruments in Home Depot, Costco, and Lowe's. And he would bring. And Guru Maharaj was right there, standing in heat. There was rain, so he would take umbrella. And when we were so much tired, he would go to kitchen and make lassi and bring in jug and 1 cup. Then you fill and give to one devotee. Okay, drink. Then you drink, then you give back cup in Guru Maharaj's hand. Then he will fill and give to other devotee. Okay, you drink. So like that he would feed everyone in between. He would cook also. Monk's Delight, sometimes pizza, sometimes Chinese noodles. He would cook there to, make sure that everyone is doing and what they need. So one day he asked me that, I want to write a new book on questions and answers. So what do? You come in morning before Mangala Aarti. You come 1.5 hour, 1 hour before Mangala Aarti. I'll give you dictations and then you draft the letters throughout the day. You don't need to cut. So okay, Guru Maharaj. So every day I would go 3:30 and he would 3:34, 3:33. Then he would give dictations, I would work on it. And he gave me one special service that day, that there is mosquitoes, so can you put these 4 hooks for me to put mosquito net? So I was working on it. That day, one devotee whom Guru Maharaj was trusting a lot, he left that day. And he was very much affected by it. But I was not knowing that this happened in background. So I was doing my letters, I was doing my transcriptions, everything. I completed everything. Then I remembered about the hooks. And he can come anytime back because it was evening time. Now to find things on this farm was another project. Because where is the drilling machine, where are the nails, where this, so I was finding out everything. Then I was not able to drill it, so I took help of one devotee. And he was so particular, 1 millimeter here and there and he can't accept it. So very perfectionist. So we made sure that it's fine, and then he helped me to show the needed needle, and then he went. So I was doing it, but when I did it, I messed up the carpet because the whole thing went on carpet. So then another project was to search the vacuum cleaner. Then I cleaned it. The meantime, Guru Maharaj came, entered the room. His eyes were red, his lips were shaking, super angry. He said, I can see you are lazy. If you don't want to work, go back to India. I don't know what happened. Guru Maharaj said, where were you? I said, Guru Maharaj, I was putting these hooks. That Dulal did. The devotee who showed me the machine, that he did. What did you do? Go back to India. And I was so much affected. I came out and I was thinking where I will go. So I came to temple room and I picked up Prabhupada Leelamrita, started reading, because I said, Prabhupada will save now. Now it was Prasadam time. Guru Maharaj called Indrish Prabhu and bring Prasad. And he had a habit that when he would take Prasad, he would always hear Chaitanya Charitamrita. Always. Even when he would not able to sleep in night, if he had fever, he would never take medicine. He'd never liked medicines, never liked injections, never. He never took even paracetamol. He said, just read Chaitanya Charitamrita. So some days when he was not able to sleep and we were reading, I used to think Guru Maharaj slept. And I would stop. Like there was chapter of this Chaitanya tree. And this branches come, 13th branch is this, 14th is, 15th is. So I was reading it and I thought that Guru Maharaj must be sleeping by now. And as I was leaving, Guru Maharaj said, what was the 16th tree, 16th branch? So he was very much, absorbed when he used to hear Chaitanya Charitamrita. So Indrish Prabhu was there and he was serving prasad. He said, call him to read Chaitanya Charitamrita. Now he was searching and he was not expecting that in night I would be here. So he was searching in whole farm, then he came, then he took me there. I was not willing to go, and he took me. He said, okay, read Chaitanya Charitamrita. So I said, Jai, Jai, Jai. I couldn't pronounce. Okay, you can go. So he already chastised me, this was another thing. So I came back. Night I couldn't sleep. 2 o'clock, he rings his bell. So we had this system that he has a button and we had bell in our room. He would ring it and we go. So he rang, the bell was ringing, and then there was another devotee in my room, Damodar Prasad. I said, Damodar Prasad, you go. He said, no, I know this bell is for you because you got chastisement today. So then I went and Guru Maharaj said, I am very sorry. When you get old, you get short-tempered. And it was not on you, but that devotee left me when I needed him the most. So it just went out on you. Don't worry, I value your service. So I became more hopeful that, okay, I can serve now. So like that it would happen, chastisement and award. After a few days, what happened is Guru Maharaj was having some infection in his ears. And we showed to doctor, and doctor said that you need a medicine. So that medicine was costing $60. Guru Maharaj phoned Bhakti Prem Maharaj, who is also a doctor. He said, Maharaj, this is costing $60 here. How much it costs in India? Maharaj said, Guru Maharaj, it costs 20 rupees in India. So Guru Maharaj said, then why waste money? When I go back, I'll take medicine there. He was not spending $60 on himself. That infection increased. And he had another rashes and infection in his legs, skin, ear. He was scratching whole day. It was bad. Some bug or some reaction from plants, something happened, and it was very bad. His whole body was full of rashes. He said, Guru Maharaj, we'll take you to doctor. He said, no, it's very expensive here. When we go back, I can get treatment here. He was not ready to go. That day, when I was taking shower, one spider fell on me. And there was a little bite. Now in India it is very common, you get spider, this and that. So I said, okay, it's okay. But I was not aware of American spider, and especially DeLand, it was poisonous. So it started showing its effects during the day. So I started vomiting, feeling like fainting. I was doing my service, serving prasadam to Guru Maharaj, almost fainting. So Guru Maharaj noticed that, but he didn't ask me anything. He asked Rasananda Prabhu, he said, is he all right? Why is acting like as if he is not well? Rasananda Prabhu told that Guru Maharaj, he got a spider bite. And he will be okay. But he is also Indian. I will say, Guru Maharaj, spider bite. So, as soon as he said, spider bite, this is not Indian spider. This is poisonous. Let's go to doctor. And he personally went and he took me to doctor. He was delaying his visit to doctor, but he took me there and stood there whole time for a couple of hours and made sure that I get the proper medicine. And I came back, I was taking rest, and I forgot to keep Guru Maharaj's clothes for next day. Next morning, before Mangala Aarti, I found somebody is in my room. So I woke up and I saw Guru Maharaj in his gamcha, searching for his clothes in my room. I said, Guru Maharaj, what happened? Sorry, I could not keep your clothes. You could have rang bell. He said, no, you are sick. I don't want to disturb you. Take rest. I'll take myself. So that was his mood, his heart, that he was always thinking about other devotees. Then this project, all devotees spent so much time with him personally. And he used to spend more than half a year, approx, in America and mainly in DeLand area. He had great visions. He said, I want to make it as retreat center, attracting Westerners. He said, when I was with Prabhupada wanted to go to West in his last days. And I want to do something for Prabhupada in the West. So he was working very hard. And back in India, we were also having nice time with Guru Maharaj in Ujjain. Then this lockdown came. So during the lockdown, it so happened that Guru Maharaj was supposed to go somewhere else. We were in Tirupati and we made whole schedule. So Guru Maharaj told me not to share his schedule with anyone. But again, I had soft corner for Parshuram Prabhu because he introduced me to Guru Maharaj. So he told me, can you send me Guru Maharaj's schedule? So I sent to him. I said, don't disclose to anyone. But he's so smart. He found out 2 days gap in the schedule. And he wrote to Guru Maharaj that, Guru Maharaj, you have 2 days gap, can you come to Pune? Now all this happened outside my knowledge. I was waiting for Guru Maharaj in Mangala Aarti. Guru Maharaj didn't come. But I saw his lights are on. In Tirupati temple, the guest house is right next to the temple hall, so you can see. So I said, Guru Maharaj, lights are on. After Mangala Aarti, I went to his room to collect his laundry. And on his own he said, I could not get up in Mangala Aarti today. So I was consoling Guru Maharaj, saying, Guru Maharaj, it's all right. It is so much things, you were tired and this and that. So Guru Maharaj understood he's getting little loose. The Guru Maharaj said, who gave my schedule to Parshuram? Guru Maharaj, I gave. He said, don't do that. I get little time. I need to arrange my preaching. So we came to Ujjain and then there was lockdown. So we were confined in the temple campus. But those days were the best days devotees had with Guru Maharaj. He made sure he met each devotee. We had 95 brahmacharis in Ujjain. And he met each, he said, schedule everyone. So personally he met each one of them. Then he said, okay, I'll meet the congregation devotees also. Guru Maharaj is locked down. No, they can come secretly. And he's meeting each family personally. Then all the yatras, wherever the South African yatra, London, Singapore, wherever he has disciples, he was giving personal Zoom classes to them. Then morning he would go give Bengali class, Hindi class in afternoon, evening English class. 3 classes for all, open to all. And every corner of the temple he visited in those days. Every corner. Every devotee he met. There were some legal issues, like in India we had one trust, Veda Foundation in US, and we had Indian Veda Foundation also. And there were 4 directors. 3 of them already left their bodies. Guru Maharaj was the only one. And one day he just calls and said, I want to change directors. He said, Guru Maharaj, we can add? He said, no, I want to remove myself and add other directors. So he did that during lockdown. Otherwise, after his departure, we would be in big trouble. A big Goshala is under that trust. Then for DeLand also, we had some issues with one director, and Guru Maharaj removed that director during that period. He did all this during lockdown himself. And then he was so excited to come to America. Devotees here were distributing prasad to different first responders in offices, hospitals, and they were getting a lot of appreciation And they were sending to Guru Maharaj that, Guru Maharaj, we are getting these appreciations. Guru Maharaj was so excited. He said, if I would have wings, I would have flown to America. And he was so restless. He said, I want to go somewhere. So then in night, when they're not police, we used to take him secretly in Ujjain, different places, and just bring him back so that he feel little pacified. 3 times he booked his ticket, but unfortunately or fortunately, the flight got cancelled. Then he managed to contact Indian Aviation Ministry. And he said, I am a green card holder and I am a resident of US. I want to go in rescue flight. So he booked himself in rescue flight. He said, these devotees are working in forefront and I am, as their leader, sitting inside one room. I should be with them. So he decided to come. So we were driving because there were no train, no flight. So driving from Ujjain to Bombay took 2 days. And so many instructions he was giving on the way about different things. There was one disciple who was not in proper line of authority, and he was blaspheming some Prabhupada disciples openly. Guru Maharaj rejected him. But then he wrote a letter, and Guru Maharaj saying, what to do? Should I respond or not? Then he said, if I'll not respond, he will never correct himself. So on the way, he dictated over 150 emails to many, many disciples while we were going to Bombay. And we reached to Bombay, and then his flight was in night. We said, Guru Maharaj, there are riots in New York. There was some problem that time, there were riots going on. He said, no, I am not going to New York, I am going to New Jersey. He said, Guru Maharaj, there is a lunar eclipse, and they say it's not auspicious. He said, I'll be in flight, so how moon rays will affect me? So whatever we told, he would just reject it. And then on his own he said, soul, on his own he was saying, the soul has capacity to cure all diseases. But when soul doesn't want to stay in the body, soul leaves. We were not knowing the context. After we came to know why he was mentioning that. Then just before leaving for the flight, he happened to see from the window, we were staying in Prem Manjari Mataji's place, and he was looking from window towards one building, and he said, this was our Abhay studio. But many people cheated me. They took benefit from me. I simply wanted to serve Srila Prabhupada and did many projects, and they failed. Many people, they make fun of me. But my intention was never bad. He was speaking all this. I'm just grateful that Prabhupada has given me some souls, those who I could train and offer to him. Then that was it. He took the flight that night. He came here. After a few days, he calls and tells that, I have taken one loan from Juhu. Can you repay that back? He said, yes, Guru Maharaj, we can arrange the funds. It was a big loan he took for DeLand. So he said, I want to repay all the loans. Do you have any other loan? So I told Guru Maharaj a couple of other things. He said, just settle all the loans. And then he became sick. So he was in fever. He cancelled his classes. One day, he was supposed to speak in Tobacco, but he couldn't make it, and then His Holiness Jayadut Swami Maharaj gave class just one day before he got admitted. And then he went to hospital. When he was admitted in hospital, we who were not having any access to him, we all were praying. As disciples, we were praying. But it was very heart-touching to see that whole ISKCON was praying. Krishna made arrangement that whole world was in pandemic. They were stuck in their rooms. So no work, no job, no traveling. Everyone was just focused on him. They were praying, they were chanting, they were kirtans. So many senior devotees were regularly asking his updates. Then we got calls from all those Gaudiya mutts where Guru Maharaj was helping. How he is doing, we are praying for him. We got call from Madhu Pandit Prabhu. He said in ISKCON Bangalore, we are doing Narshing Abhishek for Maharaj's health. From Ramakrishna Mission, he said, we like your Guru Maharaj, we are praying for him. From different temples, Badrinath temple, Tirupati temple, Jagannath Puri temple, there were prayers, they were sending videos that we are praying. And we were compiling all that. We were thinking that we'll just compile a nice book and show to Guru Maharaj who all were praying for you. So we were compiling it. We were confident that nothing will happen to him. He was like a young boy. You know, you will never see a single photo of Guru Maharaj holding a stick, on wheelchair, holding anybody's hand. In some Pandal programs in Bengal, when there was big steps and he would wanting to come down. One time I just gave my hand to him. He looked me like I am the most sinful person on the planet. He never took anybody's support. In Mayapur, his quarters are on 4th floor. And from Radha Madhav's transfer room, there are stairs. The lift is in the front side, but he used the back side to go up. And I never saw him, touching the railing to take support. He would just walk. He was like a young boy. No diet chart. We used to go to many temples and they would tell me that, tell us Maharaj diet chart. I said, no diet chart. He said, are you sure? No. Any medicine? No medicine. He was like a young, so we were confident that nothing will happen to Guru Maharaj. So we were compiling all this to show it to him. Even till the last moment, nobody thought like he would leave. But then on this auspicious day of Sanatan Goswami's disappearance day, he left. And when he left, after that, we got so much mercy from so many Prabhupada disciples. They were personally calling, they were telling, this is our phone number, whenever you want, you contact us. They gave a series of lectures for months, every day, different Prabhupada disciples. He compiled it in a book, Prabhupada Gata Pran. And we were remembering that Guru Maharaj would say that ISKCON is a family, where you have so many uncles, so many nephews, so many cousins, they will take care of you. And we could feel that in that whole episode. After 9 days, Guru Maharaj Vapu arrived in India. And the whole process, we were not aware of the whole process. Radha Sundari Mata was involved. She was also hearing all the updates. Somebody was saying they'd do embalming. I don't know what is that. You cannot look at Guru Maharaj's body. You can't look at his Vapu. We were having a very fearful image, what will happen. There were suggestions that, okay, you cremate and bring ashes. So much confusion, and it was so heartbreaking for us because we were all young, kids. We were not very mature or, take all this type of decisions. So finally it was decided that Guru Maharaj will be brought to Mayapur and he'll be given samadhi there. So some devotees were saying that, okay, you can bring, but you cannot open the box and, the thing. So we were not knowing what to do. Now, before that, the same year in GBC meeting, when we came to Mayapur, there was a big reception. Over 500 devotees received Guru Maharaj. Guru Maharaj became very angry. He said, when next time I come to Mayapur, there should be no reception. There should be nobody. And while leaving, he told Habibpur temple, which is in midway, Mayapur and Calcutta, he said, I'll spend one night at your temple. He promised that. I was thinking, when Guru will spend time here? It's not possible. But when he arrived in Calcutta airport, so many devotees went there. Radha Raman Prabhu and others were stopping them because COVID time, we will be in trouble. And then Mamata Banerjee arranged for a corridor service that straight Guru Maharaj could be taken to Mayapur. But the problem was, that evening, while Guru Maharaj landed in Calcutta, in Mayapur, just to dig the holy pit of his samadhi, over 3,000 devotees came. They were queuing up, and one by one, they were one time they were taking out little mud. So Mayapur authorities were concerned that if Maharaj comes straight from airport, and they know already Maharaj came in airport, all these people will gather and then the COVID rules will break. Very difficult to bring somebody who left with COVID from America to India. Even within country they won't give, body. It was very difficult. So it was situation. So they decided that, okay, this night Maharaj will stay in Habibpur. So he stayed that night in Habibpur. And then early in the morning, 3:30, he comes to Mayapur, and there was no reception as he desired, because nobody knew when he was supposed to come. We only informed His Holiness Jayapataka Swami Maharaj. He came all the way down on the first floor, and then he saw the ambulance, offered arati, and then we took one parikrama of Prabhupada's samadhi and brought to the place where Guru Maharaj is supposed to give the samadhi. Now, the box was closed, and there was special notice that you are not supposed to open the box. But Dayaram Prabhu, very courageous, he signed on it, and he let them go. And then he said, okay, now close everything. So, we were taking Guru Maharaj from the van to the place near the Vaishnav Samadhis. There is little backside. We took him there, and we were so fearful to open the box because we and if we find him in some other shape, it is very painful. Now the condition was only those who don't have sugar and their diabetes, no blood pressure, they should be under 35, and there are some conditions, they will have some checkup. Only they can touch Guru Maharaj. So that's how I got chance. Otherwise there's so many senior devotees. There was no chance for me. So finally we opened the box, and to our astonishment, Guru Maharaj was shining. It was 9 days since he left his body. And this was 13th of July, the incorporation day of ISKCON. He arrived in Mayapur. And his body was shining. We were changing his clothes. I touched his feet. It was soft, like before. They were not stiff. Then there were discussions that, we should give Guru Maharaj Samadhi in the lying position. So we told Dayaram Prabhu that his body is soft. Why lying position? He can sit. So he said, okay, try it. So we took Guru Maharaj in the holy pit, and then we made him sit. He sat in Padmasana. His body was not at all stiff, flexible. He sat in Padmasana. And then all different Maha garlands, Maha dresses, Prashadam, so many things came. And we decorated Guru Maharaj. He was looking like a gopi actually. The dresses from all these deities and all garlands and jewelry and everything. We decorated him very nicely. And he was sitting. One thing happened few months back. During the lockdown, we were cleaning his Ujjain quarters, and we found a little bottle. Actually 2 bottles. This small, from Guru Maharaj's room. And I took to Guru Maharaj that, Guru Maharaj, these 2 bottles, he said, in one bottle, there is that last water which I fed Srila Prabhupada. So I put little, preserving it. As another bottle is salt from Prabhupada's Samadhi. So I said, Guru Maharaj, what should I do? Guru Maharaj said, you keep it. So I was carrying it in my bag all this while. And it so happened on the Samadhi day, it was with me. So he put that last thing with Guru Maharaj, because in Ocean of Mercy he mentioned that he wanted to be with Srila Prabhupada in Samadhi, and Tamal Krishna Maharaj took him out. So Prabhupada fulfilled that desire also. And then the whole ceremony was complete. The Samadhi was, they filled everything. And one condition was, if you cry, you will be sent out of the ceremony. That was the condition Nareshwar Prabhu put. Those who are doing this whole ceremony, if you cry, you'll be sent out. Because this you cannot do while crying. So we're controlling ourselves and then completed this thing. We came out. And then we were wondering what we are supposed to do now. Because devotees see Guru in their service. The connection is through service. But for personal servants, where they will go? What is their service? So we were wondering, and there was a lot of pressure from my parents to come back home. But I was not going. So they were taking help of many, many people, not with bad intention, but they wanted me to come back. So they were taking help of many, many priests, astrologers, and they ended up with a tantric. So this tantric promised them that you give me money and I'll bring your son back. I am nobody. I'm unqualified. My English is not good. Guru Maharaj told me to give massage. I could never give massage. He asked me to cook. I spoiled all cookings. Whatever it is, simple thing. He told me to give an envelope to Amrish Prabhu. I give to somebody else. Things like that. I never did anything perfect in my life. But that day when this tantric was doing this magic, and this my parents told me recently, this tantric tells my parents, I cannot do anything to this boy. Because there is a sannyasi standing next to him, and he won't allow me to do anything. So we can feel that shelter always. He was personally connected to everyone. It's not that I am sharing this pastime, it's nothing new. All of us sitting in this room, they can speak out Guru Maharaj for days, because he would call everyone, he would speak to everyone as if he will make you feel you are the most important person on the planet. He had that personal connection with everyone. So it's nothing special in me, but his whole personality was like that. He received love from Srila Prabhupada, he magnified it, distributed it. Sri Srimad Bhakti Charu Swami Guru Maharaj ki jai, Srila Prabhupada ki jai. I'm sorry if I committed any offenses.
His Holiness Bhakti Charu Swami Guru Maharaj ki jai. Thank you very much, Prabhu, for sharing your heart with all of us. Yeah. So, with this, we wanted to see if we can have a Kirtan, Maharaj, if it is okay with you. We will go to the Kirtan now. We would request His Holiness Radhanath Maharaj and others to bless us with Kirtan. Thank you, Maharaj. So everybody, we can sit. Right? Hare Krishna.
Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Charu Swami Iti Namine. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Namine. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Sunyavadi Paschatya Desatharine. Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Sri Vasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda. Jaya Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Sri Vasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda. Jaya Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Sri Vasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jai Jai Prabhupada, 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 Prabhupada. Jai Jai Prabhupada, 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 Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Gurudev, 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 Gurudev. Jaya Jaya Gurudev, 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 Gurudev. Nithai Gaura Hari Bo, Hari Bo, Hari Bo, Hari Bo. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Loudly please with all our heart. Srila Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj ki jai. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Everyone. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Vanchakalpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhya eva cha Patithanam Bhavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namah.
His Holiness Bhakti Charu Swami Guru Maharaj ki Jai. His Holiness Radhanath Maharaj ki Jai. His Holiness Chandramoli Maharaj ki Jai. Thank you very much, Maharaj. Thank you again, Maharaj. Wonderful and blessings. Thank you so much, Maharaj. So we would request everyone for going to dining hall for dinner. Maharaj, we will close the program now. Thank you. Thank you much.